Alright. Hang on. Alright, how's everybody doing today? Get this started. So, today is the start of sort of a journey. We're going to be making an RPG, not your. So what we'll need to do is we're going to focus on most of the 3D assets and art assets. We'll focus on those first, and then we'll do the other aspects. The goal is by the time we finish this series, we'll have a complete RPG that we can play. You're welcome to follow along and make your own, do it your own style or way. Just you can learn the techniques, and when we come across something that I don't know, we'll learn it together. But from all things, we'll start. From all things that we know about that most people know about video games is just what they see. So we'll start with the art first. And what we can do to help us with that is a lot of programs we're going to be using are free, so most people can go ahead and do this. Blender is going to be our 3D modeling software. It can do the modeling, and you can do just about everything in Blender that comes to 3D. And best part is it's completely free. For photos, for photo editing or whatever, we'll use GIMP. Another thing we'll use is to make textures and materials. We will do it's a free it's kind of like there's a program called Substance Designer, and that you have to pay a monthly subscription for, but I'm gonna have to download. We'll need it. There's an alternative called Material Maker. It's a nifty little program made in the Godot engine, or Godot. We'll be using this software here. But now the real question is, what are we going to use for the engine? And we got Unity, Unreal, and well, there's also Godot, which Material Maker made in. We'll be using none of these three, nor will we be making our own from scratch. So we can focus more heavily on the art side of things with as little programming as possible. We will be using RPG Maker, MV. We'll use MV because you can when you build the game, you can have it built for Windows, Linux, Mac, Android, and iOS devices, so you can cover just about everybody. And the way we'll be doing this is RPG Maker makes use of sprite sheets. So we'll render everything out in Blender using their Cycling renderer, or their Cycles render. We'll use it to render everything out. That means we'll render out all the maps. We'll render out the characters, the props, all that, which will possibly be part of the maps. So we'll end up with something sort of like an old school CRPG mixed with the combat. You get the adventure and story of a CRPG but you'll have the combat of a JRPG. Really, so you would get something sort of like this, a pre-rendered background, and then you'll have pre-rendered characters made on a sprite sheet, so it cycles through each individual frame on the sprite sheet for the animation. But that's the main goal behind this, so that will RPG Maker has most of the programming ready for us anyways. Combat's already down. We can edit most of it through UI windows. And we can put add-ons into the engine itself, and it'll be just about perfect for what we're going for. So I wouldn't expect any, AAA game, but it's a good start on making a game. And if you just want to focus mainly on the art side of the industry, not really the program inside or whatever, then this is a good start. And that's the main goal, is because, well, I'm an artist, so I handle mostly just the art side of things. So this will allow artists to make a game without having to rely mostly on other programmers. That being said, let's begin. So we start with our modest cube, but like all things, a cube would be good for the cube would be good for nothing. It's what you can turn the cube into that makes it. So we need to settle on, when you first get to making a game, you need to settle on, after you get the genre picked and everything, you need to settle on the art style, and you need to settle on you got you can settle on the art style. So that would be, you can look at concept art for one, find a style that you really like, or you can pick, like from RPGs, it's mostly medieval or gothic styles that most people are interested in. So this here, stuff like this would be considered gothic or medieval. Then you got high fantasy that you can do. So you can, for a fantasy style, kind of like that, or here's some concept art of a fantasy guild building. And so you want to really, if you pick a style, it would really be good to pick two and try to combine them in a certain way. And for, a classic RPG, you would really go for, most people would just go for fantasy or gothic. That's really what you get for a medieval RPG. But another influence on it would be, where is the game going to take place? Are you going to have more of Eastern Oriental influences like China, Japan, Korea, stuff like that? Or maybe Middle Eastern, Arabian, Semitic, and all that? Sort of, well, like this here. This would be a good setting for that. Or like 2000, was it France? Persia, Sands of Time. Concept art. So like you got all this concept art from Sands of Time. This would be sort of like a medieval Arabian fantasy type thing. Something you would imagine if you're reading 1001 Night, Arabian Nights. Or if you have an RPG that's got a huge world that you're working on, you would, depending on the region your character's in at that moment, you would change the style for that region. So if you want an Eastern region or a Middle Eastern or a European region, whatever, you could just change them up as they go along. I think a good example of that is Diablo 2. So, like in Diablo 2, you would have Diablo 2 I had to spell that for now. So you would have, here's the rogue game. This would be, European medieval fantasy. Make sure I found a higher res picture right here. So right here, this would be like European. You would have Kuras. No, it's a Kuras. Jungles. Look at that. Jungles. So yeah, you would just change it depending on where you go in the game. And that's most likely what we're going to be doing on this little journey. But before we can begin, we need to know the basics of 3D modeling and all that. So we need to start with something pretty simple, and then we'll work our way up to making, once you know the basics and working on one small thing, you can go up and make bigger things using the same techniques. And then you'll eventually have set pieces like Kuras, and you'll have set pieces like the rogue encampment from Diablo 2 and all that. So what you would, to begin with, we need to start with something basic, easy to learn, and then we'll build up from there. So I thought, what is one thing that's basic that every RPG has no matter what? And it's a lantern. Well, we will be making a lantern. So then we need to pick, are we gonna do are the lanterns are gonna have to be different, or is it gonna be a realistic fantasy RPG where you would have, your realistic basic lanterns that looked like they would have been used back then, that would have been easier to make? Or are you gonna have high fantasy where you would have these, little ornate details, sort of medieval mixed with medieval style mixed with Victorian style design, sort of like a steampunk style that way? Or you can just go somewhere in between. But I would do, since we're just starting off simple, we'll do a simple lantern for the time. So your best friend's gonna be Google. So real evil lantern. Look at some real medieval. look at it like this here. It's so this is what, late medieval lantern from Lubeck. I think I'm pronouncing it right. All right, so, or another good thing is when you're making stuff like this, you want really good reference images, and you'll get a good idea of lanterns from Google, and sometimes you'll find good reference images. Another place you can go is if there's a company that's making lanterns or whatever, and they're selling them, but they fit the sort of art style you want, you can find like on Etsy or on the website, and they'll have perfect views for you to have as references for when you're modeling these designs. So you would do like, here's a look on Etsy. All right. We'll say this one, real horn. When you get like a side shot like this, and you know the other sides are just like it except this side, you can this is a perfect reference image, because what you would do is you would model this one side, and say 3 of the 4 sides are like that. You would just, you know, mirror them where they're the exact same, and then make a special side that has this panel here. That's all, and that's all you got to do. So what we'll do is we'll load up GIMP here. Taking a load. All right, let's close this. We're not gonna be using RPG Maker right now, so we'll close that out. We're not going to be playing Planescape. So. Go new. What we'll do, you're gonna want to make something where you can have them side by side as to look at. So I would do, or so what we'll do is we'll take this image here, and it's good too, it gives us the actual height we need and width, which will make it more realistic to the size and standards in the game. We'll do here. Oh, you can just copy and paste images into GIMP and Photoshop if that's what you're using. What we're going to want to do is break down the basic shapes of this. So that means we're going to create another layer. So for the body, what you'll need is, you're mostly just going to need a cube. You just want to get the primitive shapes. We're not doing detail. We just want the primitive shapes to get the body. You get a cube. That's what you get. A cube or a square. Square in 2D, cube in 3D. The main body will be a cube when you're making the primitive shapes. So what we'll do is fill a bucket here. Make it pretty. Let's make it green. Why not? We'll make it teal. Alright, so lower that opacity there. So cute. Alright, now we'll do another layer. Another layer. And then we need to get a where's my brush? We'll make this one pink. So what we're going to do here, down somewhere. So the top here. What we can do is we will make it, we'll make it a pyramid, really. So we get the brush, put that in. There's a reason I'm color coding this, you'll see in a second. That's the that's the top of the pyramid, and we'll get we can make that's the top part here. We'll make it a cylinder. Oops, let me change the color. Make it a cylinder. The door here. Or for us to put things in. This will be just another cube, which means we need to that color. Oh, it's back up here. Which means it needs to be color as body. So that means probably separate them. So oh. And then oh, I didn't see your comment there, Jeff. We're working on teach the basics of 3D modeling. I'm working on a lantern. Just do like the basic shapes and show you step by step on how to start from just an image to a 3D model. And then we'll use the same methodology to make everything else for the game. Thanks for stopping by. So we'll now for the ring. I'll show y'all how to do that once we get to actually modeling it. But for now, because that top part's a cylinder, we will mark the ring as a cylinder too. Oops. So now what we can do is we will make sort of a legend to know what colors mean what. easy one to read. There. The purple, it is a cylinder. Down here is green is going to be a cube. I'll change the colors in a second. And the pink is a here. Here, colors. There we go. This way. This way we know what to look out for. So now, we can save it. Here. Oh, I misspelled that. It helps to have everything neatly named. Yeah. You always want to keep it as neat as possible. I mean, it doesn't really matter much whenever you're working on your own, but if you're doing it as a team, you might want to make sure everything's neatly named, and especially not just neatly named, but where the naming makes sense, because if some guy looks at your work and has to do something to it, and he doesn't know anything, it helps when you give him hints in the name. So now, oops, meant to export it. B. And we'll take this into Blender. All right. We're going to go to add up here at the top. Image. We'll do reference. Then you go to wherever your image is stored. Now we got our image here. Do move it. So in order to move things on Blender, that's a whole tutorial in and of itself, but you just click on what you want to move. You can push G to move a transform it, and if you want to move it on a certain axis, you just push the button corresponding. So if you want it on the Z axis, that's Z axis, X axis, and you can move it on the Y axis. And then Control Z obviously to undo. You can look at the controls in Blender and change them to the way that you like. But I'm pretty sure most of mine are default as it is. We'll will do. Now, you sort of want to align it, because this isn't a perfect profile view. So, or orthographic view, it's not perfect. So what you want to do is align it with either the bottom or the top, and then just drag it straight down. Because this little slant here is because it's actually angled. It's actually angled improperly. So you would just go, we'll use the top as a reference here. S is for sizing, so you can sort of size it to the width that you would need. And to see the image in the back, push shift. you hear me now? Thank you. I can't hear myself on my end, so I need people telling me. Thank you. All right. Let me know if it needs more adjusting or not, and I'll adjust it to what's needed. I've been sitting here for like 50 minutes, I guess, and I had it muted. I didn't even know it. But yeah, I was just doing the block out for a lantern. Because when you're 3D modeling, you would just do a block out first, and then you build upon the block out. You want to push S and then Z. Oh, hang on, I gotta face selected. Push S. All right, hang on, I'll lower it just a bit. Is that better? All right, thank you. All right. But yeah, after you do the block out, I guess, you just start adding in the little details. So you would start adding in the holes and cut out the faces for this and add a face in on the inside there. And then you would add the hinge and the other holes there. And then at the end, for the final stage, you would add in all the little scratches and rust and dents and stuff at the very end. But for right now, we'll do the Oh, I think there might be a hotkey. Let me look. Hotkeys. Oh, I see what's doing it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna turn that off. Alright, that should have fixed it now. I hope that fixed it. Alright. Yeah, I hope that fixed it, because I think it was a hotkey issue when I was pushing some of the hotkeys in Blender were messing with the hotkeys in OBS. Okay. I went and just turned the hotkeys off in OBS. Yeah. That's what had me nervous now looking at that. Alright, there we go. So now, since I'm working on this side, I need to move. Hey, let me go back to object mode. I need to move this over here because that's throwing me off. All right. Now I can go back, look at. Yeah, it's so you got front orthographic, which is 1, then back orthographic, which would be control 1. So you can easily swap between that. Yeah, thanks for helping. Because I can't hear myself or whenever something goes wrong. I appreciate it. Back to edit mode. We want to align this right here with the one we just did, so this line back here. So we could scale that up. That, and then we'll push scale again, which is Z, or which is S, and then push Z. Okay, now we're lined up. And then what we can do is the face here in the middle. Just delete that face. So what we need to do now is we need to select this, rotate it on the axis 90 degrees. We will back here and then move it along the x-axis. That way we can go to right orthographic 3. Not right orthographic, we need left orthographic. We got left, and then we'll select the picture again, and we'll just realign. Since we aligned the top portion, since we aligned this portion here with this, we'll just realign it on this side. So we need to move it along the y-axis. Go. And then we'll go back. And we'll select the face. And we'll go ahead and bring this. We'll do another inset. bring that along. And now we'll scale it down. All right. This is why it's good to always check in 3D too, because sometimes when you do this, it doesn't line up correctly, kind of like it's doing now. So we need to just, sometimes you gotta eyeball it or like that. See, that looks a lot better. And we just delete the face. Now, now we need to add like the little bone thing here that covers the candle. Because we're not actually going to model a candle in there. We can put a light in there and render it out, but we still need to put the bone. So what we'll do is to add some depth to this, we'll go to selecting edges. You're going to want to select these edges here. You're going to push E for extrusion and then X, and then just pull it in just a little bit. And then scale it in just a little bit too, so that way when it's rendering out, it doesn't look, the shadows doesn't get weird. Because when you do PBR rendering, shadows tend to really mess up on perfectly straight edges when they're going inward. Now you're going to want to select these edges here, and then on the other side select these. Just keep holding down shift and clicking these. And the same thing we did with that one, we're going to push E, and then we're going to push S, and then we're going to push Y, and just bring it in a little bit, and then push S again, and then kind of give it, you know, not much, a little bit. So you don't want it at 90 degrees. You just want it just a little bit coming out like that. So what we'll do now is, instead of just putting 3 different separated faces, I want to add a cube. Then we're going to delete this face, and this face. We'll just delete these. All right. Select that. And we are just going to want to this is where you want to line it up with these little inside lines here. So now we got to select, we got to edit mode, and then push 1, because you're going to want to grab these vertices. Bring this up here. Probably won't hurt just to bring it up to the top like that, and then we'll bring these back there. These, you're going to grab these bottom ones and bring these down here. That should. All right, so we need to widen this a little bit. So what we're going to do is 3 there. So now we'll grab these You're just gonna bring them out to here, out to right here. Same thing with this one. I don't want to grab these vertices right there and move along the y-axis. Just bring them out to this side right there. Now we have the little bone shroud thing for our lantern. I'll go, after we're done modeling, I'll go into assigning the different materials. That way, after you make the textures and materials, you can just add them to the, you can just add them on. All right, now what we'll do is we need to do the holes. This is where it's going to become a little tedious, but it should be somewhat easy to do. So there's different ways you can do the holes. You can model them in, which is always going to look better, or B, you can use a material. I would recommend that you just model in whatever you can, because the more you model it in, the better it's going to look. So we'll start with these little circles here. This will get, we'll add cylinder. Then we'll rotate it along the y-axis for 90 degrees, negative 90, whichever one you want. Bring it, go back into left orthographic, which is Control-3. Then we'll bring it down here. Oops, hit it when I right click. Here, we'll just really make it not a big circle. Scaling it down a bit more. So it's at about the right height that you're gonna want. Okay. Then you're gonna wanna just go ahead and make it now do noodle here. Here. And then that. We'll rotate them and see. Make it go 90 degrees along the x-axis there. Now, Boolean. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna want to join all. Okay. Now we got the Boolean modifier. Oh. Oh, what the heck? Weird. Okay. Let's do the opposite. Going. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Let's do. Cool. Modifier. Clean. Yeah, I'm trying to get the Boolean to work, but it's fighting me. Because normally what you would do, you would use these little rods as it's supposed to basically punch the hole into the object. So I'm trying to get the Boolean to work. I think I might have done it in reverse. What does Boolean do? You can use it to, you basically use it to combine, you use it to combine two models together. It's like join, but with extra math. So think of join as when you join two items, normally you still have all the faces and vertices, but what Boolean will do is anything that's not seen and it's on anything that's on the inside, it just completely deletes. And normally you would use Boolean to punch holes into squares and to punch holes into faces, or to combine two objects that you normally can't combine. All right, yeah, I don't know what's going on with. All right, so because it seems to be their Boolean seems to work a little different than the Boolean they had in Maya. So yeah, it's pretty cool, but sometimes depending on the 3D software you use, it's a bit fussy, kind of like Blender's doing at the moment. But there should be, let me see. Instead of trying to do it on a big scale, we'll do it small scale, one at a time. So what we'll do. I like Maya. I would say Maya's better if you. I just know Maya because that's what whenever I went to school, that's what I was trained on. But you have to pay quite a bit for Maya. That's the thing. I would recommend Maya, but I can't recommend it at the price they make you pay for it. So Blender, it has a lot of the same stuff Maya does, hidden behind a bunch of other stuff. But if you learn to use Blender, it's really good at it's really good for what it does. All right, so yeah, see, that's a good way of looking at the boolean. So where this was like halfway in, halfway out, it deletes whatever side you're making it look at with the boolean, like that. But normally you could get it to punch a hole straight through the face, and I'm not having the best of luck with it doing that unless I do this. Oh, wait a second. Maybe select that. So yeah, so there it just ended up it just ended up deleting that whole thing there. Then it ends up doing that. Okay. Yeah, their boolean is the thing about Blender is there's probably an add-on that actually fixes that, but you'd have to search online for different add-ons, and sometimes you would end up having to pay for it. But the software by itself is just free. So the only other way you can really get a circle in and out with the boolean not working is you can, well, what you can do, it should have it where I can do this here. Oh, not that. Now that I got it selected in edit mode, should be able to maybe loop cut it here. Out there in the middle. And I don't know how well this is going to work. I think you would need a second object. Get the target. Yeah, it's kind of what I was trying to use that rod there for, because the cylinder was supposed to be deleted and it just leave a hole through the mesh. Okay. Yeah, alright. So they don't have, so this doesn't have like circulars. So what we'll probably have to do for the holes is we'll have to add it as a texture, and you can actually render it out to be invisible in that particular area. But you can, whenever you start making materials and stuff, you can just put the holes there. But like the little notches, hang on, that's probably what we'll have to do anyways. But here, these little knobs, you can put those on just fine. You know, hang on. Oops. You know, oh, I didn't think about that. Oops. There was do that. Keep forgetting about that. Let me see, because I think I have backface calling off. So that would explain if the Alright, well, I was thinking maybe if I had it where the normals were inside instead of outside, that was doing it, but no. Huh. Right. I don't even know how to look at. To be honest with you, on Blender, I don't even know how to look at the. I don't even know how to look if the normals are flipped, except if the backface calling doesn't show it. All right. Let me see real quick. Alright, thank you. Let me see. Alright. Okay, I see. So it'd be red. Okay. that. Yeah, See if I can find that. Automatic. And on. I'll look into setting that up off stream then with doing all that. For right now though, I'll just go ahead and do a little workaround with materials. But I'll definitely look into it because I'm still trying to get used to Blender. So. Yeah, I'm gonna save your advice there and I'll look into it. That's one thing I always like is having advice for trying to do this stuff. But I'll look into it and probably update it off stream, then test it out a bit more. But we'll go ahead and finish this lantern up and then I'll continue where I left off, finish the lantern up, do the materials and stuff, and off stream I'll look into it a bit more. Ooh. We can just delete the faces to sort of help it clean up a little bit more. I'm gonna on it here, that in. In there a little bit. Scale it in a bit more. It's not going to be out too much. And then we'll select the front face. We'll do it, we'll inset it a bit. Bring that up. Like that, or one. Bring that up. There. Inset it more. And I'll go ahead and put the face. That way it's not an end gone. Now we'll just go around. Now what I can do, copy this over and drag it over here. Then Now, shift E here. Rotate it Y, 180. Push it up just rotate it like that. Rotate it along the Z-axis. Over 90 degrees, and then we'll move it along the Y-axis up. 1 second. It up here. Oh. We're gonna wanna center it. And then we'll pull up other image. Okay, so it doesn't have any of those little notches coming out. So now we can sort of do the hinge here. I think the simplest thing for most hinges, because if you're doing a lot of this with for game objects, you're gonna want a lower poly count. Forgot to clean up the face here. Delete this back face. Not that. I just screwed up. I did not. Oh, never mind. Okay, there we go. Oh, I did screw up. Okay. These aren't even supposed to be over here. These are the... So... Here. And recopy these over. Properly this time. Around 90 and all right. Now for the hinge, we'll we'll go ahead and hide this. That's not in the way. I'm gonna do Maybe I need to don't duplicate that. Maybe that'll fix it. Oh, okay. What's I think I accidentally hit it, and I don't remember the hotkey and how to. It's supposed to be Alt H. Ah, there we go. What I was gonna do is the space here. I want to bring that in a bit more. I can do there, add cylinder. There. No, we can. Even it out a little bit. There, maybe. And what I'll do. This is sort of a weird way of doing this, but here, then here, here, back. Shift Alt click that. Oh, not like that. I meant to go into X. Faces. There is. I want to grab these faces here. Then I want to grab faces. Probably not. So these faces. Extrude these out a bit. This one. Oh. fact, make sure it's even. What I'll do is I'll just go ahead, select these faces here, delete those. One. Here. Just hate it on. Go. Select the vertices here. Vertices. Wait, oh, that's right. I gotta join them first. Before I can. So first you want to join them, and then you want to select, have the edges selected there, and bridge. Then what you can do, keep down on the faces, select the new edge loops, select the edge loops there, and oh, whoops. Oh, there. I didn't mean to push Control Z. Alright, so now we got somewhat of a hinge here. You kidding me? Okay, I see. Thing. Okay, yeah, that's what happened. I need to not delete the edges. I need to dissolve the edges. Keep forgetting that. Alright. There we go. So now we're just going to delete. First thing we're going to do is we're going to poke these faces. Then we're going to cut this in. We can delete these faces. So, probably Alt-A. Alright, now rotate the axis here. Move it back until it intersects. Thank you. I'm trying to keep it as low poly as possible so it can be used as in games and stuff. So that's why I'm cleaning up as I go. In fact, it probably this maybe that. There we go. Looks better than it just being flat on its back like that. So now we can do the edges now to make them look better. What I'll do is you want to select the outer edges, not these inner ones. And here. We can sort of bevel these. Not much. Because no. You sort of want the edge to match the material, and since this is iron, you want sort of a sharper edge. If you were doing something like wood or a softer material, you would have it wider for a wider edge. But in fact, you can actually that there, because what that is going to do is whenever when we smooth it, it won't the edges aren't going to be like this right here where it's very flat looking. This sort of helps with the so when you smooth it like this right here, all of it disappears. And that this sort of helps you keep that shape you're looking for. I didn't select these. Okay. That's why I did that. But yeah, it just disappears and this edge stays where I did the bevels. So. Select these. Fill that just barely. That way we keep those sharp edges. Now when you shade it smooth, it's still got the sharp edges, and the ones I didn't do, they're gone. So we pull that back up, then we select these here. No, you don't do these right here. And these inner corners. Here. And then get these inner corners right here. Again. These again, if we want sharp corners, And now we click Shade Smooth, and what's supposed to be smooth is smooth, or looks smooth, and then what's supposed to be sharp looks sharp. This is a way of getting smooth shapes without having that extra geometry in. Let's take, for example, like this little ring here. If we shade smooth that, you can't really see the faces like once we're there. We can still see that. We'll work, and then like this thing here, the only thing we really got to do for this, because I already deleted the face at the bottom, is we take this top row, do a little bevel, just really small, select the top face and poke it so we don't have an ink on. Then these little guys here. So you were going to select the outer edges. Oops, not faces, edges. You select those. Select all those. Then you just bevel it a little bit. And shape move. Yeah, see? Versus that one where you lose all your detail. So what we can do is we just that edge. Then you rinse and repeat. Go. Little knob here we really don't have to add anything to because it's smooth anyways. Make sure it's shaded. And the door, so we'll just select the outer edges here. This is basically cube. It's a cube, so you just select all the edges like that. Bevel. And start. And the hinge, I'll select this one. Select these, all these edges here. Not these edges, the horizontal edges. Select. Don't select the vertical, like I did. Bevel. Gotta be careful. Alright, so I'll do We can deselect these top parts right up here. Just like these. Because sometimes if you don't do it properly, it can cause, well, non-manifold geometry where basically you'll get a face inside of a face, and you don't want that. Like that. And we'll like this, and just a little bit. This one too. Double this one too. There. We don't have to do anything to the shroud because it's already the shape and everything it needs to be. Now we just have to worry about the little ring up here. So do, because we want it more round, so I'll get a loop cut. This will put an edge all the way through wherever you need it to. So like if you want it through this part, you just go right here. Or if you want it around the side, you would do this. Then you can same thing down here. Just in fact, probably better if I did here. Select. Sort of adjust it. Huh. Just like that. That didn't work. Oh, okay. What happened? Now, use that. Double this one first. No, you don't want to bevel it. You want it smooth. It's not. I used to. It's a. My instructors would consider it a sin. I used to use bevels to actually make corners rounder, but they weren't too big of fans of that. I would recommend dropping that habit, which I'm having a hard time doing. That's a little warning. There we go. And then you just stay smooth. Now you got a round ring without actually having to use a torus, which has a whole bunch of geometry in it. Now, what we need to do is assign. We'll go ahead and start labeling what each part is. So I use SM for static mesh, and then underscore and whatever you're going to name it. So lantern body, right? Right, then we got SM underscore lantern shroud. Here, okay. SM underscore lantern door. Underscore lantern. Yep. Lantern door. And so these probably I can just join them. Just join those. Oh, whoops! Not all of them. Yeah, rid of these. Now these, we'll just join all these together. And underscore. Enter. So everything is everything's named properly because, like I said, I don't know if it was on my computer or not. When you're working as the team, you're gonna want it named properly. Otherwise, you're gonna have some hands around your neck if you don't. Plus, it just helps keep it organized. So if you come back to something later, you're not confused about what you did. But so now what we can do is we got material. We can start making materials, or assigning materials, not making them yet. So what we'll do, we will select new material. We'll name it. So we'll name it M underscore shroud. We'll do bone shroud. Bone shroud. And then we'll go to body here. Because the body, the door, and all this have the same material, we'll call it name it M underscore iron. Wait, what? Oh, did I? Whoops. Okay, no. All right. Back. It's on iron. Click that. It's on iron. All these down here. It's on iron. And it's here. It's on iron to that. Click that again. It's on iron. And finally again. This one will have a different material. So you would do M underscore hinge. Close that off. And you can, before you get the material done, if you want to sort of get the lighting thing set up with, you can mess with all this here. In fact, you can change the shaders and everything. In fact, the shroud will probably be more of an emission shader, so it has the light coming off of it, or you can stick a light in it when you're rendering it out. So but for now, we can do probably the part that drives me nuts the most, and that would be the UV unwrapping. So go here. Or wait, before we continue, let's actually put all these together. I want to should be I'll do that. Okay. We're gonna get it to its actual size that it's supposed to be, which is, let's see, here, and we need to make sure it is 19.5 centimeters tall, and as you can see, it's actually 16.7. So do is, okay, that's what. So I'm going to choose lantern body. We will, it's actually really tall, so we'll scale her down. Scale her down. $19.5 right there. And now it's at real world height. That. So everything's still intact. And what you want to do is, before you continue anything, in fact, you probably need to be doing it more often, is saving, because these programs have a habit of crashing. So you would do save. Documents. New project. Go to blend files. Okay, blend files. Then we'll call this one lantern. Alright, and then we'll just name it, oh, it's the first save, so we'll just do 001. And I would recommend saving this like it's a old school game where you have multiple saves, so if you do something wrong, you can always go back to a previous one instead of just overwriting the one save. But so now we can just begin to start UVing, unwrapping. So you get it in here. We'll do this one first. We'll go to here. Do the shroud first. Select all the faces. Bring it. Now we have it unwrapped, and what we can do is let's see. We need to find. It helps if you get a. Let's see. Textile. Here we go. All right, so we got. You want a texture checker so you can actually see what's warping and what's not. So. If I can find one. Is there a node for it? Oh, okay. Okay. Look at this one. So here, documents, save it all here. All right, so now we'll drag there. That gives us. All right, so now we got different texture checkerboards for different resolutions. So this way we'll be able to actually check the proper textile density and whether nothing's warping, because you don't want your textures warping, because then it comes out, well, warped. So let me see. Oh, okay, so it's already going. Oh, okay. You didn't have to download anything, alright. Oh. I'll do 2048. Ooh. Then oh. Wow. Oh. Now you just want to adjust it to where to gum. I knew I was going to trouble with this part. Alright. Let me look up. Okay. Oh, okay, maybe that's it. Oh. So we want translucent. You're gonna want X. Here. You want everything to fit within this box. That's what you're trying to get. Anyways, everything fit in there. Oh. These little guys. We're at the... Yeah, we'll do those last because there's multiple. Now we'll move to this one where it's a bit bigger. What we want to do is first 8. Do edit here. So you're gonna want to find a seam that you're gonna unwrap it along. And you don't want it to be out in the front where everyone can see it. You want it in the back because, let me see if I can find a thing to show you. So I'm trying to find a not so bad or what's this? Is it? So you can see how on each individual face, like on this rock picture, on this rock model, it's, you can see it right here. There's a seam that was put right here in the middle and it missed the lines, the edges. That's exactly what will happen. It's exactly what will happen. Exactly what's going to happen if we anyways, but you don't want it obvious, so you always pick a spot that is very hard to be seen. Or not hard to be seen, but where no one's just gonna look at it if they take a quick glance. So you're gonna want one of these back seams to do it. So what we'll do, select edges here. And there's really no way to do a perfect UV-in. You could spend hours UV-in, and you're always just going to keep poking holes in it. So just find it to where, you know, it looks good enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. At that seam. So what you're going to do, you're going to right click, and then you're going to click mark seam, like that. Then we're going to need to separate, stop to reduce any kind of warping. The more seams you have, the less warping happens, really. So it's sort of a it's a balancing game. You got to play with seams. So you're really gonna want to, these little seams here, you're gonna want to click these. That. That right there, and that. Right. And you can go ahead and mark these seams here. So this will make 2 shells now, well 3 really, because that'll be its own shell. Then you'll have this one as a shell, and then you'll have, you can start, you can leave the body as is like this, but you're going to want to separate the bottom. So you would just, which really you would just, you can just click here, 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 and just do mark seam. Now here, then you want to go over here, you'll push U and wrap. Well, there we go. Now it made an ugly mess. So you get the joy of having to fix your ugly mess. And in reality, you just really want to straighten these edges up, and you know, you can fix these, well, like you can get by with having extra seams here. So what you can do is you go back to edge and click that right there. Just click that. So that there. Go. Click it. And then you mark seam. Same thing with this one, just there. Mark seam. Then we'll this one here and seam. Now You kind of get by with it on here. If it's a cylinder shape or really a pillar type thing, it's more noticeable. But for something where obviously in real life they took different sheets of metal, put it together, you can get by with the seams really. But it's always best to practice to, clean your seams up a bit. So now if we look at it, we can go, oops, select the object there, or no, the faces. Select the faces, all of them. You come over here. Unwrap. Now you have these nice, neat triangles. Then you have this here. Now, what we need to do. Now we go here, and then you just want to stack them up. Nice order. Because again, you gotta fit everything in the spot. So what that means is now we can just go ahead and start editing the hand. We can sort of straighten here. Now, you just want to straighten them along their corresponding axis. There we go. Line them and straighten them. Now, it's looking a bit goofy, but you gotta work with it. Green. We'll do, probably not best to straighten them out like that. So what we're gonna do is we'll do, get rid of that for fun. We'll go and edges, we'll select edges. What we'll do, just go ahead. Just cut these seams. Hang on a second. One moment. Sorry about that. Alright, let's see. We'll keep on marking these seams. Oh. There, and seam. And seam. Now these edges are all marked, and then we can just again. Oh, I guess like now got straighter pieces. See, now just sort of go ahead and start stacking them up here. That one is showing weird. Let me look at it. Might be. Oh, okay, I see what. All right, that's what. So while it's doing that is that's the one I had selected. That's what. No. Now we got this face here. Right, maybe now. Alright, there we go. So now you can see here. You want to make sure these squares are square. Not skewed or at least as unskewed as possible. It's sometimes you won't ever get a perfect one. But so we'll just edges here. On a minute. Just align them to their, you'll be able to align them to their corresponding axes. Sometimes you won't because of the little bitty bits here. Yeah. This is probably going to be the most time consuming part of any 3D model. Usually general rule of thumb is the longer you spent on the model, the longer you spend on the model, the longer it's going to take you to doing the UV. Don't ever do it all on. Right now, that one. These are Alonic. See how it's straightening out over here in the 3D viewport? Now we go here. Now, oops, it is pretty straight looking. Now it's just rinse and repeat for every other piece. Includes this one here. The middle. Now you just select the edge select, which is 2, by the way, in the UV. So it's the same as in 3D with the UV. It's 1 is vertice, 2 is edge, and then 3 is the face. You can push 4 for the entire shell. Align them. Now, you just sort of fix the corners here if you want. I guess that's the end of that one. There we go. Let's be good.
In December 2020, retired Israeli security chief said there is a galactic.
There we go. On the one down. modules. Wow. That one. Look at the bottom. See, these are all square too. At the back here. This one. This one's all square also. I mean, we got a road up here. See, they're all squares. Here is the little top piece. Which we can put that actually inside some. But the main thing we want to look at right now is where do we align this one needs. What I want to try to do is align these little triangles on top of their counterparts. Here. One here. They're here for the back. Have to break the mold a little bit because you want the body to follow the grain of the metal. That's the main thing you don't have to worry about. Here. Here. Together. All right. Now we did the UVN of the body and the shroud. Now we need to do the UVN of H. Yes, we still got to do the UVN of the door, the UVN of that little knob, hinge, and top here in the ring. So we'll do the top. The how you can do most cylinders. Show you. There. You're gonna want to again edge, mark seam, then really we need to go. Let's see, where's we're gonna want the seam sort of go right here, right there. So if we again, right there, that's where we're going to want the seam. So we got it selected. We'll just click mark seam. Now base there, you have that selected. Oh, why'd that do that? That's like that in. Now we stitch it. There we go. Now it's one shot. Then we'll put this one here. And obviously, this is way much detail for that little thing. First one, really. I guess we'll just leave it separate. Really doesn't matter. Now we just scale. Okay, so something went wrong here. Let's see. Where we go? Oh, I see where we went wrong. Okay. Now let's see. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now that's the way. This way. Again, we'll select the edges here. Alright, you're going to want to align it y-axis. Align y. Align y. On X. You just go one row by one, alt clicking, and then just keep aligning these X. And all these curvy lines will straighten out, and you'll have a straighter checkerboard. May seem like a lot of work, but once this is done, you can get on to making the materials with the texture. And then all that's after that is to start rendering it out after you get everything set up. There. Now they are all straight. Now we can. Remember, you want to keep all the edges in the checker box. And we can here. We're gonna scale these down because it's got a. There's a thing. It's called textile density. Which it helps you gauge. The smaller the object, the less textile density it needs, because it doesn't need that much. It doesn't need that much detail in it, which gives you more room for other things in the same map. Because if you have a character, like say you have a character, that whole character, his body is going to have to share the arms, the legs, the face, the eyes, all of that's going to have to share the same map. So textile density allows you to resize everything in equal proportion in the UV map to fit everything in it. Now, go select. All right. Now the rings, they're easy. The UV map, they're the easiest ones, especially these little rings like this. It really doesn't matter where you do it. So you can, what I would recommend is you just do the alt click here and then shift alt click here. And you want to mark the seams and then find you a little, the one that's really going to matter is this seam, and then just go right here and mark that seam. So now what you're going to get is you'll get this. We'll go over to face select. Alright. So now we're going to get two, one for each half. This. So what you want to do, first we'll rotate it. Way. This one is, it's going to be a little hard to really align a bit. It's going to look a little janky until you start really working on it. Now we can, now it's starting to come along. And it's not that UV unwrapping is hard either, it's just very tedious. It's probably it's easily the most boring part of 3D modeling, but everything's got its drawbacks. And you could experiment with auto unwrappers. I don't know if Blender has any add-ons. I know Maya used to have like their own little auto unwrapper where it lets the computer try to do it, and it was just awful. I don't know how it is now. But now we have, oops. Now we gotta go down here. So that gives us sometimes on these little objects, they may look like they're rectangles, but they're like you can do either. I just push U, because that's what I learned when I first started doing Blender. But you can do either. It gives you the same thing. Just make sure you have, when you're in the UV, make sure you have everything selected in the UV before you do it. So you would want to select that and then push U and then go to unwrap, or do the unwrap thing up there. So, trying to take a look here. You want to get these to little squares. See how it's squares now? Alright, over here. So now we done that. Do the door. So the door is really simple. In fact, you really don't have to mark any seams if you don't want to. I would recommend at least doing that way, because you gotta look how the thing about it's gonna look. So right here on the edges, just mark an edge here. Because you're going to want to make it look like it was just one flat sheet of metal that they bent the edges together and sort of like welded it. So I'll explain it whenever I get here. So now with those selected, don't do these long ones, just these very edges here. And then you mark seam. Select all the faces, come over here, select all those, wrap. And look, it's separated these very edges, so when you texture them, it looked like they were actually just pushed together and welded instead of it just being one flat piece. So now, need to squares. So you just want to resize it on the y-axis to make this one longer on the door. That way you just resize it until you start getting the squares like that. That's what you're looking for. Don't do that. Okay. Now, what we'll do is we will this. Scale it down. Oh. And that's the door. This one's going to be easy too because it's just a cylinder, really. Now we go back to like the edges. If we want, we'll just go ahead and do this. And then we'll get this bottom edge here. We'll mark the seams. All the faces. Here, let me unwrap the little knob. And get to work straighten this whole thing here. On one. On one. All on it. All two. Nope. Now straight. Oh, wrong button. Jumbo. Here. Okay. There we go. Now the last things to do are these. And what we can do for these are actually pretty simple, because I already got the backs off of them, and they're just discs. So what we can do is this. We will select all these faces here, go here, push U, unwrap. All right, no, never mind. We are not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Okay. So now we're going to do this the right way, which means we're going to separate these. Yeah, you have to do them all one by one. If you click them all and then align it, it's gonna push them all together. You don't want that. That's what I meant by the UVing process is the most tedious part, because you got to do everything really slowly. But when it comes to like this, where you have a bunch of the same object, what we're going to do is we're going to separate these. Separate these. If I can find separate. Okay. This one. Separate by least parts. What we got is we'll choose one to UV, and then we'll replace each one with the UV one. And it's a lot easier doing it that way. So what we'll do is we'll just UV this one. So we select it. And whole thing. Here. And not. So we are going to put seams in here. Mark that. There. Mark seam. And or not there. I'll put one here at the bottom. It doesn't matter too much, but it's best, I guess it's just best to practice it on the where you're going to put that seam. You always want it away from where the player's eyes are going to mainly be. Now we can just go to faces, select all faces, here, those, unwrap. There we go. And these came out straight. Look at that. Now we'll just rotate it that. Scale it down. There's no need for it to be too big. Alright, now what we'll do is take a there. Now let's see. Shift X. There. -90. Okay, rotate. Oh. Go to I don't know, it's just some use it all the time. Hang on. Now, every piece has been UV'd. Oh, except the ends, we gotta do that. Yeah. Let's check here. There we go. This. Main thing we need to do. Edges up here. Select this edge here. Mark C. Here, we get this edge. Mark seam. Select all the faces of it. There. So push U. Now, if we here, rotate this. And down to the square. Here. One. now everything's been UV'd. Come to the final stretch of the UV portion. We got everything that shares the material is everything that shares the material. Edit. Select every face there. Everything that shows the material is gonna have to fit in the or everything's going to fit. Everything that shows the material is going to fit in here. So get these over. Yeah. If there is an add-on here for textile density, I don't see. That's here. All right. Well, they don't. There's not one built in, so what that means. Well, we're just going to have to eyeball sort of the textile density. I know this is going to be way smaller. All I do is everything similar to its size. Here's the door. It looks laid out here. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. out. What we'll do is we'll move these actually out here. Yeah, nice. Put it on. Go. That we could probably go ahead and squeeze the shroud in here too. That's probably for the best. So we'll get project mode, add the shroud to it. Shroud here. To do, we're going to want to make it. We want to fit here just right, at least somewhat like that. Well, get to making more room. You're probably going to have to rearrange things once, twice, three, sometimes a dozen times. Many times as it takes to get it right. But normally the good thing about having things like this where there's holes in it, you can just go ahead and put a lot of these things in here when they'll fit. More. Oh, till we get right. Yeah. There we go. Now, it's all UV. All right. Here is what it's currently at. Because we're going to have to wrap things up. Here's what we're currently at. Currently looking at. This is before texturing and everything else. Thursday. I'll be back on Thursday, and we'll continue working on the model, and we'll make some materials in Material Maker, and then we'll apply it here and render it out, and then we can continue working on actually making more assets for the game stuff. All right, I'll see y'all next Wednesday, or not next Wednesday, this Wednesday. Not Wednesday, Thursday. This Thursday. It'll be Thursday at 12 p.m. Central Time. That's 1 p.m. Eastern and 10 a.m. Pacific. Thank you.